Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I have my pink mug just for today. Special occasion. We've got the pink mug out today to celebrate Valentine's Day. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day already. Got a little bit of rest last night. Amazingly, it was plenty of sleep. I don't know how that worked out because a lot of us were up here very late. Got a charger cord around here somewhere. There it is. Yes, we were up a little bit late last night with all the goings on up at MSU. A little bit of sad news for those who missed it. There was an active shooter incident that took place up there on campus. Unfortunately, I believe 3 individuals were killed, not including the shooter who ended up taking his own life. 5 others were injured. I don't know their status as of right now. But yeah, it was Abby was up till 4 a.m. And why are you looking at me, Abby? Okay, that may have been me. I will say that somebody else was up early this morning, and that was 80s Music Man. Well, I don't know why you're way down there, 80s Music Man. Let me bring your comment up just a little bit higher where we can see it. How about right here? Is that better? 80s Music Man first in chat, broke the ice for everybody and let everybody in. He's actually a repeat offender, a repeat winner, excuse me. And he has won the internet before. When he was a younger Music Man, he won the internet. It's been a little while. I think he remembers how to do it. But 80s Music Man, thank you for being first in chat. You win the internet as a prize. It's the least I could do, really. It really is. But we'll go ahead and package that up and send it out to you. It's now your responsibility to take care of everything IP-related worldwide until we go live again, when we will regift it to the next first person in chat. So thank you very much. Let's see, Miss Chris is here. I missed a few people up there on top because there's so much chat. It cleared out of the buffer. Tish is here as well. Good morning. Did anyone sleep from last night? From last night's stream, get any sleep? I slept like a baby, Tish. I really did. Woke up crying for my mom every 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. Toxic Orchid is here. Maureen Smith, good morning. Just going to get this ready. Not feeling great today. Oh, Maureen, that's no good. Eric, you're up early as well. Thanks for being with us last night. Let's see, Miss Chris, Toxic, Michelle Johnson, good morning. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. It is just exciting to spend today with you all. I did get a nice bouquet of flowers from Mrs. R.A. Surprised her with them last night because, that's how I have to. It's better to be early than late. Like this afternoon would be too late to bring home the flowers. For all you men out there with a significant other. This morning is okay. Yesterday was better. You always want to be like ahead of that curve. When did the stream end? It ended, I don't know, just about 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little before. But Richard, that's what unfolded yesterday up there at MSU. Let's see. Samantha Terry is here. Christine Hathaway Cooley. Hello again. Scotland checking in. We've got you marked off here, Christine. Thank you very much. Rowdy, good morning. Miss Chris. Sharon McDonald. A horse sheet and bananas. Welcome all. Happy Valentine's Day. Chill out, guys. That's short for Valentine's. Yeah, I saw VD and I translated it right as I was reading. Horse sheet. Thank you for that. Let's see. Rowdy's here. Miss Priss got you as well. So Miss Chris and Miss Priss side by side. That's great. Mo Freedom is here. As we begin our day, please pray for people in Ohio who are victims of the toxic chemical spill. Pray for their health, their pets, wildlife, and the first responders, please. Mo Freedom, I'm following this story, and it's I'm surprised it doesn't have more press, honestly. It really concerns me. It's not pretty. If you guys jump online, there are pictures available. You can the one that really just draws it home to me about the scope of this. For those that don't know, there was a train derailment in Ohio. One of the train cars was carrying a chemical, and it's a vinyl something. I'll have to look up the actual term, but it's a toxic chemical. And after the crash, it was reacting somehow, and the train car, they believe, was building pressure. So what they decided to do to prevent the train car from exploding was to use explosives to blow off the valve to release the chemical. So it would basically, instead of letting it explode on its own, they would explode early before the pressure got too great. Well, that explosion caused that chemical to ignite on fire, and it burned, and it is extremely toxic. And the picture that really sunk in to me to just see how bad it was is the one from the sky where you're in a plane, the photographer's in a plane, and he's looking down at the cloud base below him, and there's a black spot in the clouds, just awful. And it's just all this going up into the atmosphere. Crazy stuff. Obviously, we're hearing very bad things for animals, people, pets, wildlife in that area. And mixed announcements from the authorities as whether or not it's safe or not to drink the water and such like that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like Courtney Alero just came in with a 1 month upgrade. Hey, this new job got me put on replay crew lately. I miss talking with everyone, but I'm always listening while at work. Sending love to RA and everyone. Courtney, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me for another month here. Great to have you at least listening in. Hopefully you'll get a chance to pop in like you did just now.
There's
occasionally. But appreciate you very much. Let's see. Izzy Watts is here. Good morning. Toxic Orchid, Sharon McDonald, TW. Horse. yes, Horse throws me under the bus on a regular basis. Let's see. Rowdy. Christy is here. It was a late night for most. It really was. Let's see. Just got a text from Ed. Let's see. Thanks for the chat, Ed. He just came in with a name suggestion for the podcast. I think we've got one hammered out. We're gonna run with for now, but thank you for that, Ed. Izzy Watts, 80s Music Man. You have the internet. You've got to be here. You can't leave. Samantha Terry, Miss Chris, more of the same here. Mac, good morning to you. Good morning, I do believe. It's a little early to tell, Mac. My burner phone's going nuts for some reason this morning. Abby in the UK, up late. Abby, if you have to get some rest, I would actually encourage it. Girl, you're here all the time. I'm worried about your health. Get some sleep. Sunshine Sunflowers, member for 1 month, turns aqua there on the courthouse icon. Looks great on you, Sunshine. Thank you for creating this wonderful community, Recovery Addict. I love you and all my friends. Thank you very much. Happy Valentine's to all of you.
Alex stole it.
Rowdy, good morning. Abby, Tish, we got you already. TW, did I skip you earlier? Ready Freddy GG, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's see. Minsky is here. Some days I'm better at not calling people twice, and some days I'm bad. I think this is one of those bad days, so you might get marked present like 6 times this morning. Good morning, Ritz. Victoria S. as well. Dutch Girl's here. I see you there waving your hand. There's a lawsuit. Sharon McDonald, Samantha Terry, Mo Freedom, we got you there already. Scrolling down here, Izzy Watts, Laura. Should be a spicy morning on the witness stand with the Emmy doing her thing again, but with the defense. Whoa, Ritz. Yes, we are starting right off with. I believe it's going to be Dick that questions the Emmy, and this is the Emmy, if you guys remember from yesterday, that just was very cheerfully and very matter-of-factly in a language that I think the jury could follow, explaining, demonstrating in some cases, and just pointing out exactly what the injuries were on Paul and Maggie's bodies from the shooting. It was fairly graphic. They used some anatomically correct displays to present the information, and also they used what they called a dowel stick, which was a dowel rod or just a dowel, a wooden, a wooden shaped stick, I guess. So they had stick to it, but they used that also to show sort of trajectory and reenact using Creighton as sort of like the victim in different situations, which I think was helpful. It was to me because I couldn't see the display very much. It was sort of faced towards the jury. So I think the jury really got a good idea of exactly what those injuries were and probably how they were sustained. I think the explanation the ME provided was very believable and plausible. So we'll see if defense is able to cast some doubt on there. I think because she is an expert witness, you'll see this a lot. There will be an alternate explanation presented to her, and they're going to say, is that also possible? And you're going to hear a lot of, yes, that is, type thing. But at the same time, I think the explanation she came up with was probably one of the most likely, and I don't think she'll vary too far from that. Is chat frozen too, or is everyone just quiet, says Christy? I can see you. Hopefully it's not frozen. I'm only halfway through roll call here, so let me speed it up here. Let's see. Angie, Eileen, good morning. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Christy, there's a Valentine's Day. Other than just the heart, there's like the arrow and the heart thing. That looks cool. Red Pen is here. Good morning, all you peoples. Happy VD and hug someone you love today, or maybe someone you don't. Why limit it? Just give random hugs to people. Let's see. We say howdy here. Good morning, Sandy Fields. Hip Hop Flip Flop is here, using the Alex command right away. Izzy Watts, Eileen, Last Poet. Let's see. KQD, good morning. It's 24.6 degrees Fahrenheit in my front yard with just a skiff of snow overnight. I guess Weather Watch was too busy with the shooting last night to remember the sunshine. He was a little busy, but the skiff of snow, I think that's okay. 24.6. I won't brag, but it is going to be right around 65 degrees at my house this afternoon, and I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt. And Alex stole that too. Hopefully I get to watch today. I'm so far behind, says Mary Kay. This will be a good day. I think now that we're through with the DNA evidence, it's going to be good. And we know that defense says it's going to take about an hour to an hour and a half of questioning for the cross. Then there might be some back and forth again. So worst case, 2 hours, a good portion of the morning. Then we get another witness. And we know that the prosecution and defense just barely got this treasure trove of information dumped on them as a gift over the weekend from GM, who apparently didn't like all the bad publicity they were getting by A, not having the data available when they subpoenaed it, and B, getting called out by Dick Harpootlian for taking a huge bailout from the government and then not being able to provide a little information on one vehicle for this trial. That was a little bit of a cheap shot, but they did respond, looked again, and were able to find all the data and sent that over. So I'm really hoping that even though prosecution says it just confirms what we already know, I'm hoping that there's more information specifically with the GPS location and the vehicle speed that just might tell us a little bit about exactly where his vehicle was and if it might have been involved directly in Maggie's phone being placed where it was. That's what I'm sort of hopeful for, as well as maybe if it moved back and forth a couple times when he pulled in before calling the police. Terry, welcome to the gallery for month 2. You look great with that Aqua Courthouse as well. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Red Pen says, I feel very calm here this morning compared to last night's stream. Holy moly, I just sat there in horror as the police scanner was being broadcast. Thanks, RA and Weather Watch, for being on. Red Pen, thank you so much. I know it's crazy, it's hectic. As we said, it's a very fluid situation, and we listened to, the police going from one suspect to possibly 3 and all over the place and reports everywhere. That is how a major event like that unfolds every time. There's so much misinformation as the public is trying to help and trying to present stuff, and sometimes the police have to respond to all of it to rule it out and then be able to focus on what they had. They were able to do that fairly quickly last night. We're glad the threat is over, but our thoughts do go out to all those who were the family members, those who were killed, as well as those who were injured. JR says, good morning to all you lovebirds. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you, JR. Eileen, Samantha, Sandy Fields. I'm falling behind here. We've got to pick it up here if we want to get done before court starts. Let's see. Let's see. Rowdy is here as well. Weather Watch has stepped down from controlling the weather as RA has him on another assignment. He is stretched thin. He's actually a man of multiple talents and has great skill. I think he'll be able to still keep an eye on the weather while doing his other responsibilities. Denise is here. Good morning to Recovery Addict, my most favorite addicts. It was snowing and blowing on my way to work this morning. I'm loving it, says Denise. Denise, keep loving it. Don't send it my way because I'm loving the good weather we're having for Valentine's Day here today. I wouldn't blame RA if he slept on this morning. He had a long night, but he wouldn't let us down. Mo Freedom, I'm up. I really, maybe this is more information than you need, but I only sleep about 5 or 6 hours a night. That's how it goes. Now I can sleep 5 hours and be up for 2 and then sleep for another 5 hours, but in the same day. But generally after 5 hours, my body just wakes up and it's like, hey, sun's up, guns up type thing. Red Pen, Ritz, Angie, Last Poet, TW, good morning, Golden Girl as well. Natalie Lintz is here, my dog Murray. Hello to you. Melissa says, I'm tired. I don't blame you guys. Tony Fortune, good morning to you. Let's see. It's always best to start early. Let's see. We did get quite a few new people last night. I'm sort of excited because we're like 47 subscribers away from hitting 6,000, which is just amazing. It just blows my mind that it's growing so fast. So maybe in the next week or so we'll be able to hit 6,000, which would be exciting. Samantha Terry is here. Got you again, Richard, Tish, but I dance whenever I hear this. I love the music. Linda Hill, Ready Freddy GG, good to have you here. Eileen, Michelle, Jim Bob, TMI right there, Jim Bob, thank you. We Say Howdy here is here. Not a fan of the ASMR, otherwise all is well. I had to fill the mug. It just had to happen. Jay Hughes, good morning. Tar Healer as well. How many jury members have COVID? I've got 100 on it. Let's see. Well, we won't know. I think Tar Healer, we're going to have them retested tomorrow, is what I heard. So that's going to be the next time we find out. And I would be surprised if there isn't another. And quite frankly, it's looking like COVID is going to create a mistrial. Is that I hate to actually even say it, but a couple people test positive and suddenly this goes down the drain. They've only got 3 alternates left. And they're all just sitting there next to each other. Let's see. So Terry became a member and then promptly gifted 5 memberships as well. I'm going to have to scroll down just a little bit to see who received those memberships. So Terry, thank you very much. It looks like Susie, Rich, Marie, Maui Bell, and Evie all gifted memberships. Thanks to Terry. Thank you so much, Terry, for your generous support. Good morning, Mrs. R.A. How you doing? Oh, you want me to be on camera here so you can run around in the back? How about that? She's running to grab a book off the bookshelf. Let's see. Let me back up. Thank you very much, Terry, by the way, for that generous gift. Let's see if I missed anybody on the roll call. Just one moment here. The knuckle whacker. Yes, the dowel is called a knuckle whacker. I don't think we're going to see Cousin Eddie, says Colby. Yeah, the state's going to finish by Wednesday, right? They're supposed to wrap up their case by the end of day Wednesday, and they still haven't talked about the GPS data from GM, which they, so far they're saying it's not a big deal. It's not a lot of information. They'll work it into existing testimony, but there's a lot that they haven't told us about, and Cousin Eddie was one of those that we wanted to hear from. Maybe they're thinking that'll just confuse the jury at this point, and we don't get to hear from him at all. But let's see. I think I lost where I was in chat. Barbara, I see you here. O-Town chill, fresh snow in O-Town. Maybe you can get up to is that Solitude, just up the hill from you, up around, do some skiing. Can't remember if it's Solitude, what the ski resort is up that Ogden Canyon, around Pineview. Let's see. Rhonda is here. Not today. Mary Murphy. S. Webb. Sunshine Sunflowers. We got you as well. Let's see. Norma. I see you there. Marilyn is here as well. In her seat, I might add. Lady Writer. Nick Nico as well. Keep my peak on third monitor while I'm working on other things. Hey, I tell you, I love having a lot of, I call it real estate. Okay, when you have all these screens, for a nerd, that's like real estate. Space you can put things that you can watch. I love having a lot of real estate, and a third monitor just sounds amazing. I'm working with 3, but one of them is a little too far away to really read. See, Maggie says, I couldn't watch without you yesterday. Well, Maggie, of all the days to skip, the first half of the morning was the one that's the most difficult for people to listen to, and that's the DNA analysis. I know some of you guys are amazing with that, and you just eat that stuff up, and the data is, it speaks to your soul. Other people struggle just to hear lots of percentages and odds of something being the same. Janet Matson is here. Good morning to you. Broadway Garden as well from Florida. Getting some work done in my greenhouse this morning. Sounds great. It's probably nice and cozy in that greenhouse already this morning. Always on Go is here. Lynn Hoke as well. The Brown Barn is here. Jiggly Jules. Colby, I love your voice. Very soothing. Not in a creepy way. No, it's good. It's all good. Thank you very much for being here, Colby. It would not be the same without you. Who else we have? If I missed anybody, Rosie from Tucson, I see you there. Holly Henderson, good morning. Make sure you put your hand up in chat if I missed you during the roll call. Michelle Johnson. Let's see. Matthew Gilbert, good morning. Good morning. Today is going to be crazy. It is. We're getting close to the end, and it's going to be exciting to see how I really think that the state needs to button this up together, to lay out the timeline. I think we heard briefly that Creighton said basically our timeline witness or something like that. So I think there's one witness that they are going to just spell it out with. But it's a lot of information to put together in a limited amount of time. Miss Chris just gifted 5 memberships as well. Let me just see who the lucky recipients were. And it looks like, wait for it. No, not wait for it, but actually wait. Oh, Always on Go. O-Town Chill, Melissa, Golden Girl, and Jen Hoff. Wonderful, all of you, to have you back with gifted memberships. Thank you for Miss Chris for your generous donation there. So please take your seats and your new courthouse color, because I believe all of you were members previously as well. So this will be a new color for you. See, P. Cooper's here. I see that. Love Laura, CP, KC, WV's in the house. Jill Hipple, Marsh 13, G. Smith, Calypson's Vixen, Amber, good morning to you. Nems Girl as well. Mary Murphy, please don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Mary. Appreciate the reminder. Dallas Born, Boston Bread is here. Somebody just said a snow basin, Powder Mountain, and Nordic Valley ski resorts. Thank you. I was thinking Solitude for some reason, and that's a completely different part of the state. I don't know the ski resorts because I've never skied at one. Is that funny? I lived in Utah for a long time and never skied at a ski resort. Supposedly the greatest snow on earth, but I wouldn't know because I never tried it. Baseball Card Curmudgeon is here. I love the name there. Paints a vivid picture. Izzy Watts, if I was a jury, I would 100% fall asleep at least once during the trial. The judge, I think, has been really good in watching them and having everybody stand up and take breaks when they get a little sleepy. P. Will for real is here. What's up, fam? Good to have you here. Angie, I usually like DNA testimony, but the witness made it boring. That's the worst. Technical boring is the worst. Let's see, Suzanne, we got you there. MM Jones, I see you as well. Hi, I'm a member. Always on Go, you sure are. And you're Aqua. Doesn't that look great? Let's see. Why was my blue status taken away? Oh, Arkansas Magnet Fisher. I trimmed everything up. I'm trying to keep the mod chat to a minimum, and it allows you to talk a lot without making the colors weird. Some people think that the mods that there are too many mods, and so I'm not trying to take away anything. I just changed it. I gave it to you so you could link your a web page at one point, but you don't. It's not. I wasn't being mean. You're not being punished at all. I cleaned it up. I probably had
Alex Murdaugh.
Probably 10 or 12 mods in there that I just pared it down to the bare minimum here. And if any mods that are currently mods want a break and want to be released from their duty, let me know. I can give you a break. But you guys are all amazing. Stephen Lee is there. Oh, I cut you too. I cut a lot of people, Stephen. Sorry. I zapped everybody. Make sure, Stephen, we've got to get your setting on gifts. Type !gifts. and then turn your setting to on so that you can receive a gift membership. Anyone who's in gray, you want to do that on a computer, I think. I don't think the phone works. But let's see. Any word on why the break yesterday? What break? What are you talking about? Thanks for your coverage of the shooter last night. Thank you, Lynn, for being here. It was good. It was good to share it all with you. Matthew Gilbert just became a member. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome. Once you're here, you can't leave. So I hope you enjoy it. Let's see. We've got a little bit of the families arriving right now at the courthouse with their usher, their guard, get to sit in the back row. It's a very bright pink shirt that's going to show up pretty well in court, so that'll be interesting. Oops, there's nothing there. I need to fix that. Okay. We'll go right here. Waiting for cameras from the courtroom. They're not quite up yet. Kay Cormanac. Good morning. Tired from last night's shooting coverage. It was a lot. Cans fan is here as well. Not quite late. Just finishing up the roll call. I am Ami008. Please take your seat. Just Tom is here. Matthew Harris sliding in before the bell rings as well. Let's see. Share Bear, gotcha. Today should be very interesting. Alex stole his blue. O-Town Chill, yes, you did win a membership. That is awesome. Illinois Mama, Ashley R. You're going to miss most of today. I'm sorry, Ashley. Hope your day goes well. Check back when you can.
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole everything, apparently. Veronica Reyes is here as well. I think we're almost done. That is a very pretty courthouse. It really is. The building is really nice. It's unfortunately not very soundproof. That's why we get to hear all the fire trucks and stuff. Great point from Amber. I think the break you're talking about in the middle of the ME testimony, it's pretty graphic. The pictures they were showing are pretty rough, and apparently the break was so the jurors could just reset a little bit. They're seeing some pictures that they don't want to see, but they have to look at. It's part of jury service, and so they're sealed for a reason. They're very graphic. Most TV stations would not be able to show any of those pictures on TV without getting serious pushback. But these guys have to look. Yeah, the jury room and unexplained to the judge. That's what it is, Cakespeare. I felt it was the same thing for just a break in the graphic nature of the testimony. No computer, says BU me. Oh man, maybe go to a library and try that, or get a friend. I don't know if there's any way to do it without a computer. Let's see. Did anyone catch the footage of MMP YouTube page? I haven't watched that one yet. Roxy just gifted 5 memberships as well. So those of you that are turning your setting on, you've got great chances right now. Let's see. 2 jurors did have COVID yesterday. We saw that. Let's see. Roxy gave P. Cooper, Veronica Reyes, Stephen Lee, Georgia, and Frenchie. All gifted a membership by Roxy, as well as Richard, upgraded to the jury. Richard, thank you so much for the upgrade. You get a leather seat, I believe, a cushioned seat. It's no more hard bench for you. You get to see everything right there in the jury. So thank you very much for the upgrade and for joining for the second month. Let's see, maybe try website mode. Yeah, if you can go to Safari, and sometimes it works better on a tablet than on a phone, but if you go to Safari on YouTube, you sometimes can change the settings without using the actual app. That seems to be the hiccup. Michelle says, I really want to purchase a mug. I only use Amazon. How can we purchase if we don't use eBay? Please, thank you. Let me see if there's another method, another way. Is there something, if you only use Amazon, do you use like Etsy or I could get it in Amazon, but it's very costly to put it there. So it would be an expensive move. I am an Amazon reseller. So I'm a third-party seller on Amazon, but I'd have to order and ship and store and then list, and it would probably have a upfront outlay of about $150 on my side just to get the technical side, to get it set up with purchasing the UPC labels and everything else that I'd need to for that. So I don't know if Amazon's really feasible, but let me see if there's some other options that might work, Michelle. Or maybe we'll just have to do a contest and let you win one. There's an option. Can you imagine discovering for the first time as a juror that you can't tolerate blood? Yeah, that would get you excused pretty quick. Every time they show a picture, you faint. That would be bizarre. Do you have a link to the mouse pad? Oh, I was going to do that. I did so many other things. I got the default voice set up for super chats. I did all these things that I said I was going to do, but I have not done the mouse pad yet. So, Richard, I will do that. We'll get that listed. We did get the quantity up there. I think if you do go to the mug link and then click on the seller, like other items by the seller, and I don't remember my YouTube name. It's something I thought of about 100 years ago, and it has nothing to do with Recovery Addict. But if you go to other things the seller's selling, you should be able to see the mouse pad available now. Heard a rumor that cousin Eddie is in poor health and most likely will not be testifying. That's bad news, but we also heard a rumor yesterday that Mr. Alec himself may be testifying in his own defense. So it's a give and take. Honestly, I think he's going to do a good job. You've got to listen to all the testimony of people who describe him and how he interacts with people. Not like when he steals from them, but how he's so personable and people like him and things like that. That's the Alec we're probably going to see on the stand. So it'll be interesting to see if Creighton can rattle him a little bit. Let's see. Can we have some background music until court begins? We can do that. What sort of music are you looking for today? Maybe something like this. We'll do that. We do have a feed from the courtroom. It is just the wall right now. So we've got the audio on as well. So as soon as the bailiff yells, if the mics are on, we'll hear that as well. So protect your ears. You never know when that's going to happen. Okay. I think I got just about everybody on roll call. MB, I see you there. Bella, have a fabulous day. Catch you later. Much love. Happy Valentine's Day, Bella. We'll check in when you can. Veronica Reyes, what about Zell? Not sure. So many versions of Alec. He's a mini Harpoot. Howard Frame is here as well. Howard, the command is with an X. It actually spells his name with A-L-E-X and pronounced Alec. Which I guess you could only do in South Carolina, but that's what they do it. Boom, boom. Okay.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it.
Alex Murdaugh stole it. I don't know why my box keeps going away. I feel too tall. I think somebody adjusted my camera. I'll have to turn it off and adjust it, or else it'll give you all whiplash when it jumps up to the ceiling. Gabrielle, I give up. Hope you had a good day leaving. I tried saying good morning at least 5 times. Gabrielle, I'm sorry. There are a lot of people here, a couple hundred people, and a lot of them are chatting. It's hard to see all the messages. Do hope you have a good morning. Thanks for being here. If the prosecutor doesn't have a lot of evidence to impeach him with, there's probably less risk getting him up there. He might look manipulative if he's overly emotional, given how his character's evidence. Bernice Conrad, I woke up to dusting of snow this morning, so maybe I have to stay home and work today and hang with you peeps. I think it's a great idea, Bernice. I'll go ahead and approve that. If you need me to sign something, let me know. I'll send that to your boss. G. Smith, good to have you here. Let's see. Nature's Empress, I saw you there. You might consider adding some items on Spreadshop. You can find them on settings for monetization. I have shirts, mugs, hoodies, aprons, and fanny packs on my channel. Matthew, I need you to teach me. Teach me your ways. I'll see if I can figure that out. Spreadshop. Can you shoot the burner phone with that information? Just the name Spreadshop should be enough, and I can find it. Sled is currently investigating another theft. Maggie Sale, those of us with tinnitus can't stand the music. Hey, Maggie, I'm one of those with tinnitus. I apologize. We'll pick a different song next time. Let's see. I'm here, but I don't consent to being awake, says Cachette. Myra, I see you there as well. Leslie L., good morning. Lindsay. sure everything's working in the right. Yep, I think we're good. This one's going to go to live. There we go. Okay. I saw some hands there. Dilly Pickles, I missed somebody. Cachette, sorry I missed you. Jonathan Davenport, Lady Rider Weather Watch, Jeannie Bailey. Don't forget to show the map I did from Friday's testimony of the cell tower data. Yes, I need to put that up. Just 1 minute. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly before we begin. Okay. The phone's not wanting to play along. Just give me a minute. I've got so many pet pictures on my phone. I'm sorting through, Amber. Give me just a second. I'm going to find you. Or send me a quick text and it will put you up on the top of the list. There you are. Found it. Okay. Let's get this over to the computer. There we go. Come on. It's not wanting to play nicely. It won't let me load it, Amber. It does not like the picture for some reason. Let's see. Try a different way. I'm going to have to reset my switcher. I can do that without turning it off, so that's good. Okay, we'll get to that in just a minute. Still nothing from the courthouse. It's right on time right now, as a matter of fact. So any second now, the judge should be walking in. Roxy, did you gift another 5 memberships, or is this the other one? I just noticed it on the top of the screen. Let's see. Holly says, can't wait to get my mug on Saturday. Late Valentine's Day gift to myself. Sounds great, Holly. Sassy Girl is here. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Hannah, Cindy Lou, Edward Foster. Let's see. We're going to try the image again. I think it was just my switcher, not your image. But let me see if I can fix this. Yep, got it. Okay, so here we go with Amber's image here. Just 1 second. This is the cell tower data. Starting on the left, we've got the 3 different cell towers: the blue, the red, and the green in the bottom right-hand corner. And you can see when towers were connected at different points, from 4:10 to 6:25 p.m. That's going to be PM PED. That's when he was at work. Then it goes up. You've got Moselle right there at the top of the property. Very spotty coverage up there, sort of on the edge of that one, the red area. With the time frames there, 6:40 to 9:10. You've got his 9:12 to 9:18 right there on the road as he headed down to Alameda, which is all the way down the bottom right-hand corner. And you've got the calls made down there from that tower, and then headed back up with a little bit of overlap as he goes through the coverage area into back up to the Moselle property and makes the 911 call at 10:06 p.m. So I want to see this information presented with the Jeep. No, Amber, I'm not telling you to get to work. That's not what I'm talking about. But in court, I'd like to hear them reconcile this information with what GM provided, with the GPS and the speed data. I'd love to know, if he slowed down to throw the phone out the window. Maybe it's so precise that he said, he swerves to the other side of the road or something. I really wonder how detailed that information is. But thank you very much for that, Amber. Appreciate the work you do to make these incredible graphics. She is amazing. Back to court. We're just going to wait for the judge here just another minute. We have a big storm here in Nova Scotia. I told you yesterday to stop that weather watch. Let's see. Let's see, Roxanne. I'm not able to do what you just requested about the special command. I've tried that a couple different ways. Hey, Donna Thompson, see you there. Sorry, I missed you all the way around. earlier. I'm not able to do that special command. Basically, all commands are available to all members. I can't parse them based on the level of membership. Do you know if there will be GPS data we can access on a globe? I'm hoping that the entire report, both the GPS with the speed and that other report that the prosecution said wasn't as useful, but the defense said we might find it useful. I'm hoping both of them are admitted, and I believe they will not be redacted at all. So it won't be under seal or anything else. So we should be able to get all the data and really be able to dig down ourselves into it. We've now reached 500 members in Discord. Please sure to roll up so you can see all of the content. Toxic, that's amazing. Wonderful to see you guys grow. Sometimes Alias, we mucked up, threw dusters, chalk, and pickles on the ceiling while you left for the funeral. Appreciate you guys holding the fort down. Ivory, I see you there. Lynn C as well. They grow up fast, don't they? Let's see. Very nice graphic. Thank you very much for that, Amber. Appreciate her. Let's see. I think that's almost everybody. Brett, I see you. Did Alex create some of the threats to Paul and his wife? Probably not the punching one. He says that Paul got punched, but I don't put it past him. And really, I realize that this is a stretch for some people, saying, how could Alex have done all this? You know, it's basically the perfect murder type thing. But you realize he has been orchestrating the perfect theft for 10 years, for millions of dollars. He's orchestrated this, and he's been able to keep all the different players in the right position so that nobody discovers what he did for 10 years, stole millions and millions of dollars from people. So I believe his mind is very adept at managing situations that are very complex like this. And so I don't put it past him. For me, it's not a stretch to say that he might have pre-planned things out and put balls in motion, basically, like maybe a threat from some other number to Paul so that this storyline could exist. Malapropist says, impossible for him to be killer. Maggie phone orientation change at same minute he started the car 2 miles away. But the way I can get around that in my head, because that was a concern for me too, was that with the testimony of the Verizon representative, that it's possible that the phone will not record changes in orientation if the screen is off. So it's possible that the last change in orientation happened before it was thrown, and it just didn't record another one. Let's see. Oh, didn't some OnStar employee reach out with new evidence in the middle of the trial? Yeah, over the weekend. They might use it on a rebuttal, but we'll see if it shakes out. I think they're going to incorporate it into their current testimony, so we'll hear it today and tomorrow. Mr. Upper Torso. Let's see. Brooklyn says, I thought they should have secured as well, but they have no small children, 2 grown sons, and in a hunting lodge, so I don't know. Yeah, they had guns all over the place. I have not watched the behavior panel on Alex. I think the gist of what I've heard is that they're screaming guilty, guilty, guilty. He does exhibit some interesting things, and I know there's a mixed opinion about behavior analysis. It's obviously not testimony that you can provide in court, sort of like a lie detector test. Oh, that's interesting, but it's not necessarily admissible. We all use it. Every time we're talking to somebody, we use it. We can tell if somebody's antsy when we're talking to them. We can tell if they're impatient or if they, are very interested. Their facial expressions, just everything. We use behavior analysis every single day, every time we interact with anybody. So it's interesting to watch that. And yeah, I'd like to think about it a little bit, but I'm trying to look at this case like the jury does, when they won't get that information, or at least that testimony. Just watched last night's video. Can I say how polite and patient you were? Sorry, some people were rude, and you do a great job. Weatherwatch did a fantastic job. You guys were great. We did have a lot of people in who didn't know the ropes in our channel, and so you guys did great. Just sort of letting the trolls be trolls and not biting the bait. Send a screenshot to the burner for adding a store to YouTube channel. Also send a pic of my favorite non-Aria mug. Matthew, the YouTube channel. YouTube actually lets me link items and sell directly through the YouTube platform. So you'd be able to like click on screen and get right to the link. I only need to have like 20,000 subscribers before they activate that feature. So I'll have to look and see if there's other options. Thieves aren't necessarily murderers. Lots of people with criminal mind who organize and pull off elaborate heists don't kill people. I don't see how one equals the other. I agree that it doesn't. They're not equal to each other, but we do know that he was willing to orchestrate a murder for hire, in his own suicide. So, I mean, I see that as very similar, or at least paving the way to make that possible in my head. Hey, man, I want to thank you for streaming past last night, despite the tragedy. Kelsey, thank you very much. I appreciate you being there and being part of this again this morning. Brown Barnes says, I agree with you on the believability of his motive and ability to carry this out. His history of fraud is very important to this trial. Not sure if this was mentioned. State has a timeline witness. Yes, we heard that just briefly. Creighton just slid that in. It was like one word, timeline witness type thing, in the middle of his little back and forth. And that was the end of day yesterday as Putin was like, we want to know what the schedule is. Can you make him tell me what he's going to do? It's a little bit of back and forth, like, Mom, he's hitting me type thing. It's childish, the little exchange they have sometimes. No, court's not on yet, but it should be any minute. The longer it goes, the more I think we might have a problem. And by that, I'm talking COVID related. So we'll see. Why did Alex take Maggie's phone? And why did he not take Paul's phone? Why did he pick up Paul's phone and fiddle with it and then put it back on his body? I mean, it seems, I can see him picking it up, but why would he prop it back up on his body? It's
9 hours,
crazy.
14 minutes, and 30 seconds. Yesterday's stream blue object in Alex's car.
Okay. I need to look at that. And TW, thank you very much, because I didn't. I want to go back. I'll do that on my computer here. What he's talking about is the body cam footage that released yesterday that we looked at. There was a time when the officer opened the vehicle. We think it was Alex's car, and he opened the vehicle and he says there was a blue object in the car, and we're thinking that might be the raincoat.
Stole it as well.
And Alex stole it. And if that's the raincoat, that would be very significant, because we haven't heard any testimony as to that. And Andrea, good to have you here. Sandy Fields opined on why a line killer uses two long guns. Why a lone killer uses two long guns. Sandy, I think it was just opportunity. I think it was probably rushed. It was hectic. It was what was available. I'm not sure if one of them jammed or what, but. I think we heard testimony that the 300 blackout that they test fired did jam in firing it. Let's see. Oh, judge is back. No yelling. We just missed the bailiff, I think. Any bets? Do you think there's bad news?
All right. Good morning. We can have our witness back, Doctor.
Nope, we're just starting with the trial. I think one of the videos was a policeman's car. One of them was Paul's car. So the one the shotgun went into was the police car.
Good morning.
Can prosecutor not track Alex's car all 6-7 see if he dropped
They bring the jury.
Yeah, it may have information about that, but the timeline, I think he just went to his mom's house and back. He couldn't unlock Paul's phone. Rumor has it Vixen is the timeline witness. Let's start that rumor, Chris. Vixen, if you can head down to the courthouse, it looks like they're going to need you here soon. Okay, I'm going to pull that up, Lindsay. I'm going to take a look. I might put it on my slow-mo machine. We'll play it back here during the first break. So give me a second as I get that set up. We'll listen to the cross-exam here as I work on that video, and just we'll put that to bed one way or another. We'll figure out what it is. That's cool, Lindsay. I'm gonna pull up the video and we'll watch it in slow motion on my little fancy
Thank
rewind
you.
machine.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Day number 17.
15 for us.
Cross-examination.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, this is the medical examiner.
Good morning, Dr. Reamer.
Good morning.
Let me at the outset say we're going to be yesterday, as you went through direct, we saw some very graphic images, and I apologize, but we're going to have to do that again today. You, of course, this is what you see every day, but I'm sure you understand how other people may, especially people related to the deceased, might react to that.
Of course.
Now, let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinions and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen, okay? So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, my understanding
It's
of
by
this
design.
process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are, okay?
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would, okay?
Of course. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene?
I was
The
wondering
back
about
of her
this.
calf, I'm sorry.
I did
wondering about
not.
this.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. Beg the court's indulgence, one moment.
This must bug the judge so much that first thing in the morning, they're not organized. I'm busy downloading the video right now so we can watch this on replay. From officer walking up to the vehicle.
I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here. Apparently I may. Okay, here we go.
Harpoon, if there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I apologize.
Okay, I've got the recording that we need, so we'll look at that
Your
during
Honor,
the
I would
break.
offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen?
Alex stole it.
Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I've not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall.
Could you look, please? Thank you.
I don't see in my report where I'm remarked of a bruise on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
I don't have any, I didn't make any comment about that in my report.
No one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or
no.
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see it.
It could have fallen off, correct.
Correct. So, you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that.
Okay. And you were not shown this photo?
Correct.
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots.
H. Frame, welcome to the gallery. Thanks for becoming a member.
Someone circling her?
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well, so we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
Well, there was no soot, but just
now, what does soot indicate?
Soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact; it's further back.
3 to 4 feet.
Well, usually,
this witness seems flustered this morning.
We don't see it more than 3 feet away.
Okay.
So
That's girl.
Somewhere
Possibly
within
cash.
3 feet.
Okay.
I don't know how he's paying him.
She may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes. I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course.
I think the question about the bruise on the leg threw her off.
She's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than that.
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away.
Absolutely
4 feet away.
not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
right.
And that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen, and the reason I believe it's probable or quite likely that that would have caused her to bend over, is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that gunshot.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying...
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
Alex I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So your conjecture, opinion, is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes. So I basically, I do the autopsy. I have everything to do with the body. And at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports without any reference to the scene.
Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with that buckshot, and if that was a contact wound, or
no, it's a close range.
Close range, closer than 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't. You'd have to test fire.
Okay, so the chest shot is. If it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart? And
yes.
Okay.
So this was shot at an angle across, so that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure about these things.
If you're the shooter and I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay. And the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay. And do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes on his arm exiting.
Yes.
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
Yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right.
Yes.
Shooting across.
Yes.
Okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how close.
Right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes.
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber, could you take your coat off and come here, please? I hate to do this to him, but I can't really do it to myself.
Hope you ironed your shirt today.
So,
let's see.
If you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay.
Grab
and
the
what
dowel.
I'd like
Grab
to
the
have
dowel.
you do is
There we
need
go.
to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this.
There's so little room in the courtroom.
You want me to stand back here?
That would be good. And he's fine. They're fine. Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here and is consistent with him being, how about Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this?
Yes. That's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like
mostly it's right to left.
Okay.
His right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out it comes out. We're going to see some pictures in a minute.
He's going to be like, hey, that tickles.
Okay. Turn it a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm.
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
And we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left armpit.
And then it goes through his arm.
Yes.
Still coming front to back?
Well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room,
okay.
Have you seen any crime scene photos?
From here? No.
From?
Oh yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
In this case?
I really didn't. I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions based on
that.
that.
If I told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot. I don't remember the exact size. Right. Buckshot is usually bigger, but
okay, assume I'm not misleading you. Okay.
Right. Some shot.
Buckshot goes through and hits the back window. That leaves holes in the window.
Raise your hand if you're sure.
The window frame and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? Do you know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally.
Right.
The way, when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So as a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is because it's all bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone, right?
Right. So you can tell this is the entrance because is it like?
It's the entrance on the outer table of the skull. It's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
So it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
bevel outward, inside the wound, you see something that would indicate
wider. Yes,
wider.
It's wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes.
That was a lot. Okay. So
we got a good shot of the shirt
since
yet.
This didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
No, it doesn't.
There might be some
there's too much
creases from it being new.
And also just shredding. Frequently we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate is, can you, well, first of all, assume that he is, no, you can't assume that. So maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, there's a shot, he's shot with a shotgun.
Yes.
And it is more than, since there's no stippling or sud or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
Correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away.
More than 3, yes.
More than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit him?
On the top of the left shoulder.
When you say the top,
the apex.
Okay. Are there pellets in here?
Yes.
In the apex?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Barber, where that hit. And there's shot in here.
I think that's where he was going, Rowdy.
You indicated you thought his chin was bent to the
Yeah,
left.
this is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up. And
she's used to just moving bodies around as she needs to.
And it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know, if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned, I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left, neck, cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
Let me find the X-ray pictures while he's standing up there. Here we go.
And now we see the court clerk.
Second.
Excuse me, Dr. Murdaugh.
Not sure exactly. Oh, we got it panned over because there are some graphic pictures. That's why they're trying to find a picture that's. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to show you where you're standing right there.
We're going to look at Alex for a little bit
and see if you can identify them. And if so, we'll put them in evidence, and then I'll put them up on the screen.
Yeah, Roxy, they're just trying to introduce doubt and confusion. They may,
So I'd like you to
once
look
this is
at
done, try to present a scenario that's different than the
these
one
three
she
photos.
suggested and get it to say that, yes, that's also
Am I
possible.
speaking loud enough for the court reporter? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits. 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over that way.
Hey, Warflare. You're welcome to lurk anytime you want. Thanks for saying hi.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see.
He definitely does want to present that there are two shooters. That's something the defense really would like to have the jury think.
Okay, let's see 113, please. Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes.
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
Yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
Okay. And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes.
And they begin at...
That's turkey shot. That's
is this
not
a shoulder,
buckshot.
I mean, the shoulder bone?
Buckshot's going to have, what, 10,
Yes.
10 or
It's,
11
no, the soft tissue of the shoulder.
pellets or balls
Soft
in
tissue
the,
of the shoulder.
Okay,
in the shot.
I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer.
okay.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head.
Which would
Humeral
be,
head, which is
show
the-
on Mr. Barber where that
Yeah,
is.
this is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint.
Man of
to the
many
elbow
skills,
joint.
80s music
And
man.
we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112.
I don't think in this
Okay,
case
would
it's
you
as
focus
important
on
which
the
direction
upper right-hand corner?
Alex shot, basically, if we were looking from the state's perspective.
Now,
Whether he shot from
that corresponds to this
crouch position or a kneeling position,
that
that's not going to be whether or not there's
Yes.
guilty or not.
Okay, so what is this showing?
The reasonable explanation, the reasonable
There
doubt
are,
would be that there's someone else who
significant
did the
numbers of
shooting. A
pellets
reasonable
also
doubt.
in like the left neck area.
Show
then they
us
shouldn't
on
convict.
Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here, and pellets are basically spreading, so they're included, there are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here, and then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay. And let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay. And how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay. So, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the X-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one. A representative number.
Okay. So there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered. But that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and so I get a handful of them, and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large, so they were all. I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot.
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a determination.
So you didn't determine the...
Yeah, that's really the firearms. I'm the pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine
Yeah, she
what
shouldn't
kind
be
of
talking
shot.
about what kind of shot it was.
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
Right, so
sufficient.
If previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or some sort of bird
Turkey
shot,
load.
you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't. It all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see Exhibit 111, please.
So, yes, number 4 buckshot does have 24 pellets. It is 0.24 inches
Left.
across, where double aught is
Let's
0.33.
start with the lower left of this. His left, lower right there.
And 24 pellets, I think, is
This
that in a
is the
3-inch?
Total picture.
A 3-inch shell?
Okay.
And so, what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth, and so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah. Open your mouth.
This is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between, like, here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional image.
Okay. And I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the top.
The back of his head.
The top of his head.
The top of his head.
Toward the back.
Towards
Yes.
the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes. It was a blown-out exit wound of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It
actually,
had
the
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay. We'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's
but-
not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling, but in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin.
Mannequin.
Show us the path of that shotgun blast.
Just jab
So
it up there
was
through his chin.
going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that's
Would
what
his
you
head have been
say,
leaning to the right?
at least 3 feet away.
Yes.
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there.
That pointer's dangerous.
And just turn a little bit this way for me, okay? So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No. I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like.
All right. I like this straight.
Right.
And then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it
That's
looks
weird.
like it's kind of...
I would think it is
And if it was going
upward.
upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
But that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
So what if his
No,
shoulder
I think it's more straight.
His
I
head
really,
was leaning?
you know...
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
Well, that's
Wouldn't
because
this make sense?
if his head is
across the shoulder,
like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to
It would
go
be
in
the
that
other
direction.
shoulder, though.
Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well,
He's really earning his
it
money.
absolutely could. You know, the
They
thing
didn't
about
cover
the
this in
neck,
law school, but
heads can be twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, you know, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing, and that's only because the head can bend and twist, and so we can only know where it entered and where it exited, and it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond to
Would
that.
it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that, to get it out the top of the head?
You
Yes.
know, that could be. However, we have a defect over here. So
Okay.
how would that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, let me adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in
That's what I just said.
here, going this way, and then out
Yes,
the top of the
I
head?
think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
So the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there,
On the ground.
right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down? Or you
It's
think-
hard to say, and that's because the head can tilt. We only have one area of an entrance to interior. It seems to be approximately horizontal, but it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know, and that's because people aren't necessarily standing.
You can't
up
have
straight.
above him
And they
with
also-
Paul leaning over
The
with
thing about injuries
debris
on the head
on
and
the
that
roof of
there's
the
so much twisting and bending
shed.
possible.
Okay, Mr. Barber, stand up straight. You get the prick there? Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, they can see. Why don't you stand over there for just a second?
Better be careful. That toupee going to come right off.
Here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yes,
right
and
side.
there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple of preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes.
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
Yeah,
used it.
it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay. So, if you go to page
Could have been a hip shot.
228 in this book.
Whoa. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Dick has to put some money in the swear jar.
Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? It was imaged?
Yes,
Oh,
228.
Thanks, 80s Music Man.
Showing, state a copy of page 228.
He said what Lady Writer said. He dropped the book and he just little curse under his breath. It's getting spicy already. It's starting to heat up. Welcome, Gordon. Good to have you here. I think that lady behind Alex Murdaugh has incredible fashion sense, extreme confidence as well. She's worn some just incredible outfits, combinations. The judge didn't order everyone to wear a mask, highly encouraged it. And then the bailiff went around carrying masks yesterday, and very few people took it. Buster did take one, and his uncle was like, "Don't put that on. Don't put that on." And he didn't.
Is this a copy of what I just showed you out of the book?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
Says the state.
Your Honor, no objection.
Admit it.
Thank you. Okay, could I have this on the screen, please? Can you do this for me? Would you start, show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there.
I don't think the shotgun had a strap.
Okay, so the caption on this shows the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes. Okay. I didn't read the captions.
What now?
There's captions at the bottom.
Are there captions at the bottom? So. Okay. No, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Okay.
Denise, just tell the doctor he has to wait.
So
I mean, he makes you wait.
I imagine that's sequence. Right. Okay.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's right. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one.
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry. Okay, go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the wadding.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me, referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
Yes.
These are the wounds of which an individual is said to have had blown his head off, right?
Yes.
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Objection to the form of the question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this...
Nobody knows what the question is.
Pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists. Is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source.
Did he say Alex told me this is the Bible?
But what are you asking me about?
Does the shot... Well, are there two factors which contribute the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors, the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant?
Okay. Well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound, I agree.
Okay.
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
Correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
Yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, let me make this a question so we don't get objected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I think he said, Alex told me this is the Bible of gunshot wounds. That's what I heard him say.
So, it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question. Would gas, just a yes or no, be fine, from 4 feet away enter the body and be destructive?
Yeah. I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance, causes. But whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this, as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine. But I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I can't not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away. But there is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand that there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data.
Mike, get feeling better.
I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am, and Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
These are depictions of shotguns being fired. Contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page, literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through, and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head?
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun, when the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much up above like the teeth. Right. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out. And so it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain?
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head?
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct?
I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay. Now, if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please. No, I don't think, is that 112? That's the chest. I apologize. 113. Can you focus on that area where the pellets are, please? Yeah, that right there. So, at his shoulder, how big a spread is that? As it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay. So, how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109?
Thanks, Casey. Thanks for being there. It's a stretch. I can't envision.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you think it's hard to imagine how the shot went in.
A very big wound in the shoulder, correct?
This sort of claim just makes it impossible to envision how it happened.
Shotgun entrance wound.
Okay. And would you come down here for just a second, please?
Uh-oh. Here we go. We need another mannequin.
Wait 1 second. You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, the state would request that the defense be exhibited and address before the judge and the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number
jury's seen exhibits that haven't been offered into evidence.
Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry. 109. 109. Okay. Yeah. Here it is. I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2 seconds.
No, Jonathan, I don't think they're saying that. It's clearly 2 shots. I mean, they've got evidence of different size pellets and things like that. So I think they want to present a possible suicide as
exhibit number 109.
as a situation that could have existed.
Have you seen that before?
Yes,
But
this is my
that's a stretch.
autopsy photo.
Offered into evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, if we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? If you just answer the question, and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this one, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on, perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
So tell me, so you're saying this shot, this second hole was made in this direction. Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound, is your explanation?
At a different angle,
right,
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray.
But not in his face?
Not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that we can't really track. It caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain, and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me that wound appears to be much larger than the next one?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound. Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That would not, that is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, you know, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agreed, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, you know, a huge defects of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen.
This is
from,
so bad.
A wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience, doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the...
So he's saying he got shot from above the top of his head. So it was all backwards.
Look at
That just doesn't match the evidence that's all over the walls and the ceiling in that room.
Would you put, and this is under seal, and I would also, Your Honor, ask the other photos I put in be put under seal.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead. Okay, I would like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh
at
the scene?
Yes.
And the way he was found?
I don't know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen?
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it.
Clerk just asked her to keep her voice up.
Okay, a couple things. If you would center on his head. Okay. And
the News 5 guy is using like a blue Sharpie to write.
Can you make it a little bit bigger, please?
Or draw.
Okay. So do you see a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here? You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
All right, in the skull?
Yes.
Semicircle?
It does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to support that.
Did you take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that perfectly.
Okay. Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for so, because you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes. But
Okay.
also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody could disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
They can disagree. But
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true?
No, I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing contact gunshot wounds to the head. Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragments. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds, but in this case we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone, but in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound, and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull, and that just basically a lot of gas buildup in the head.
Where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry. If you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that caused this destruction come from?
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air, traveled through that shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets. Would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and the base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact wound where the gas goes in contact to explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, there are other reasons why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here. Okay. We have basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
How many more?
Well, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder.
From my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
Yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not. I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think we also would have had a larger defect. Probably on the
larger defect.
Yeah, look,
between here and here.
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy, and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Pellet? You just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you. And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong, ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds. And we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
Yeah. It's not my opinion that is, the entrance wound is to the top of the head.
And could you put up, no, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet
coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets.
Yes.
Just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance. Pellets. From the same distance, pellets. correct?
Well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but we have a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay. Whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought. Let's think about this. And if it was coming through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound a little while ago, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12-gauge shell?
No, I don't remember.
So you don't know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50%?
No, I do not.
Does that make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No.
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me?
I don't really know whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. If you view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
yes,
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
No.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the shoulder, so that's the kind of wound.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay.
And they would be wrong. He did not make any ground there. It's like, it's not working. I tried everything. She's holding her own.
Just 2 seconds to make sure I put everything in the evidence I want in.
Yeah, that idea just doesn't work for me. Knowing the first once in the arm, with his arm down at his side, that would mean he would have to be holding the shotgun. It has a trigger that has to be pressed, and he's holding that at some distance away.
Examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing, or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right, so you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
All right. Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You were asked a little bit, and you had testified yesterday about the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
All right. And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that correct?
That's my most likely conclusion,
all right,
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. It
So
doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor
That's a lot
Reamer,
of
correct?
autopsies.
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Mary Kay, what about
yes, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with
buckshot?
a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide.
Homicide, which means?
Death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see, with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not?
It was not.
Okay. And let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also, with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force of
Your Honor.
Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you, from the damage that Paul suffered, that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way? Going down from the top of his head as opposed to going...
Yeah, I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else, going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I think we're ready for a break, Judge.
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder, was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but...
You mean the photograph?
The photograph that you were showing.
Well, I took a picture of his the shoulder area. Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct-on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
Your Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound, that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound,
Yes.
would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
Yes.
Morning, Mutt. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes. Just a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things in the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't necessarily have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body, and if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos. Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds, and I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments kind of on it. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right, and then there were fragments of glass and kind of car parts banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't. It's not part of my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
Did you have a conversation with SLED Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy, so I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's transport, there's movement into a body bag, but it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy and your report with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with the SLED, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Objection is sustained.
Sustained. Okay. I disagree. Can I get around it?
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. Dick got schooled. I think we're going to get a break.
We'll take a break for about 15 minutes. Please
so
do not discuss
we have a video to watch during the break. Let's see if Judge wants to handle anything after the jury leaves. I don't think he is because he said we're going to have a break for 15 minutes. So I'll keep the audio on in case they come back. We'll pop over there. But we do have a little feed to watch here really quickly. It's relatively short. Let's see if we can pull this up here. Boom. Look, it's still me. Okay, here's the video from yesterday. So unfortunately, this is going to have, well, I'm going to keep the audio off. So we're not going to hear well, I'll turn it on. It's going to have me talking over this and any court testimony as well. So maybe we'll keep it off because that'll be confusing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and play this. This is at the scene. Let's see what the sound is.
Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
No, I was trying to get the door so we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks anymore.
No, we'll go back around the other way we just came.
Okay. Thank you.
So Maggie's body is right there on the grass.
I'll get that in a little bit then.
Okay.
Paul's over there in the entrance to that other building. Struggling with that. That's my voice from before. Okay, I think here's where we go. Okay, so we're gonna slow this down here just a minute. Walks up to the car, takes a look in, and goes out. So stop. We're gonna go back and watch what he did. So we'll rewind just a little bit right here. The colors on this look like a beach towel, especially right here. That looks like a beach towel to me. You've got a pattern, a design on it that wasn't consistent with a blue tarp, or was not consistent with the raincoat either. It looks more like a flower, like a Hawaiian flower type design on the towel. It is in the driver's seat. That's interesting. Why would there be a towel in the driver's seat? I normally wouldn't drive with a towel in the driver's seat. And where is that towel? Did it get tested? I mean, I've got lots of questions about that, but I don't think it is. I don't think it was the raincoat or anything. All right. Let's see. DH2, the JD says. Late today, did I miss anything good? You missed the cross of the medical examiner, and she held her own against Dick Harpootlian. He tried many different ways. I think the biggest thing he tried to do was get her to say that the gunshot wound that Paul sustained to his head was possibly a contact wound of the gun being basically fired point blank on the back right hand of his skull, and everything went backwards compared to what she said. She said it started across the shoulder, went up under the jaw, and just sort of exploded the back part of the head. And he's saying, well, couldn't have been backwards, this contact wound. He used a book. There's a book about contact wounds and how a contact wound with a shotgun could cause the brain to explode out of the head type thing. But all the pellets would have gone that same path. And for the brain to jump out the hole that was just opened by the blast of air, the pellets would have to go through the brain, and they didn't. So I don't know how he was trying to introduce any doubt there, but I think he failed miserably in that. She held her own pretty well. He did get her to admit that she has a professional opinion, which is exactly what she testified to, but that was not a concession on any front. Rando, hey all, good to have you here. This is what talking to dead people looks like. For someone who examines dead people a lot, she's very articulate. She did a great job. One of the best medical examiner testimonies I've heard. Alex at least 6'4", and Paul was around 5'10". Would that play into anything Dick is trying to say? Ken's fan, I was wondering if he was going to get into that. Basically, the continuing the line out, okay? Because you're drawing a a line through Paul's body, saying it coming across the shoulder and up into the neck and out the head sort of thing. You can draw like one of those continuing rays and say, so where would the gun be, right? To draw it back to the source, where would the gun be, knowing that Paul probably wasn't hovering in the air or jumping or something like that. That's improbable. And then you also have another known, which is approximate length of a shotgun. Whether, if the state wants to say a specific gun was used or whatever, the length of that gun, and then is it physically possible to have that sort of shot exist, or what would the position be of the shooter? But they didn't get into that. It was another swing and a miss. You were right. Hannah says, just got my puppy 5 days ago. Lots of chew toys. Awesome. Puppy's going to be happy. Rich Buddy says, I like shooting traps with my Browning BT-99. Only problem is the closest range is 2 hours away. So lame. It's a long way to drive to shoot trap. He mischaracterized her answer several times. He tried that, and she would not have it. She corrected him every time. Okay. Let's see. This photo of the towel. I was wondering why the towel was wet and why so many drinks, 2 cups, etc. There were 2 cups in the car. Let me take a quick peek again. Let's rewind here. Okay, so there are 2 cups, one on each side. Looks like a straw on the far one, maybe, and maybe a straw on the close one as well. Interesting. And then what's that in the door? Is that another cup right there? Is that like a coffee cup or a red Solo cup or something jammed in the door? Cool. All right. I'd like to see what Dr. G from Orlando would have found. They're clutching at straws. Gobstopper. Does Paul have straight shoulder lines or sloped? I don't know. I can imagine him. You've got to realize that the shoulder that had the wound, the oblong wound that the examiner testified to, that was the same arm that got shot across the chest and ended into that arm. So that arm is probably not like up in the air. It's probably in a lot of pain and probably down to his side. So that arm is down. His shoulder itself might be slumped down. And so it could be sort of lower than normal. I think that makes sense to me. And then his head was probably turned away as the blast went off. Let's see. They didn't clean up by themselves in their own home. I wonder if the maid had to clean their cars as well. I mean, she picked up guns from like the golf carts and things all the time. So. Good morning, Goodman Law Firm. Nicole, good to have you here. The defense has been slamming the prosecution the last 2 days. The Emmy was a flip-flopper and got so flustered on cross-examination. That's one take, but I don't think Dick made any real grounds. He didn't get her to admit anything other than what we've heard every expert basically testify in every trial, is that a reasonable person could come to another explanation. And she said they could, but they'd be wrong, basically. So I don't think defense really gained a lot of ground there. Specifically, the story that they were trying to present about the shot coming in from the back of the head, originating above Paul, being a contact wound, and then exiting his shoulder. I don't think that the jury bought that one. So attorneys have opinions too, but they become experts the more trials they have. Experience counts. Yes, they have to become an expert to question. Even if it's just for a week, they have to become an expert about something. Thanks, 80s Music Man. Internet's running great here. Thank you for checking. He committed the murders because he's been planning it ever since the boat accident, kind of like a if push comes to shove thing. He just happened to finally carry it out. I do believe that there was a lot of planning. I don't believe this was like a spur of the moment thing. Whoever did the killing, I don't believe it was spur of the moment. Mostly because of the planning that took place afterwards, or the nature of what happened afterwards. Let's see. I'll send you my thoughts on the burner because it's longer than 200. I understand, Nicole. Can't wait to read them. Thank you very much for that. We'll look for that. No way did Paul shoot himself twice with the shotgun. I agree, Banjo. the first time his arm was down, so he would have had to shoot himself with one arm with a shotgun. It's difficult because of the length of the shotgun. These are hunting guns, so they're not short barrel, they're not sawed-off shotguns. It's difficult to get your arm extended and to hold the gun in that position, to pull the trigger away from you and balance that carefully. Once, let alone twice after you've been shot. I just don't see that happening. Where'd my mouse go? I lost it. It's back. Okay. Try standing in Paul's position. Ooh, yeah. We did get some good some more reenactments with the dowel stick today, as the defense tried to present their opinion. Most of what they showed was basically the same as what the state has shown as well. Sort of just preface to the big question at the end. Do you guys notice that RA never takes restroom breaks? Seagulls. This is a great time to tell you that today's show is sponsored by Depends. No, just kidding. Yeah, I'm just skilled that way. He's a camel. There you go. I'm not a camel. Let's see. Most cheer for guilt. SB says Goodman Law Firm agreed. Most cheer for guilt, unfortunately, even though he may have done it, credit needs to be given to the defense team working with what they have. Most are prosecutors here. I think you're right, SB, as far as where we stand if we did a poll. Eagle spray. No. If a stranger entered the property, the dogs would have been barking a great deal. High-speed drifter, it's possible that that stranger entered after the video. There probably were, at least 6 minutes or so that took place, 5 or 6 minutes that took place after the video stopped, before the deaths occurred. So a lot can happen in that time. And those dogs probably bark all the time regardless. They're not guard dogs. They're hunting dogs. I am a camel. I wonder if the prosecution will be smart enough to bring the twice shot with a shotgun up in questioning. It is a little too early for a poll. We're soon, though. We're almost done. We've got one more day, I think, of testimony from prosecution, from the state, and then we'll go over to defense. A lot of people who murder their families claim they loved them. Chris Watts, Andrew Yates, for two examples. Yeah, and the last one, who was the kid that was sleeping on the back deck? The 22, found guilty, shot all 3 of his family members. The last one we watched, that trial that took forever. Beginning to think it was the drug smugglers, says Gloria. I wonder if we'll hear any testimony from Cousin Eddie, Uncle Eddie.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it.
Alex Murdaugh stole it. Okay. I've got some of the sounds turned off, Drit. Sorry, some are working, some aren't. So we've got Alex turned on and lawsuit. I think that's about it. Is that a sound mixer with the square-colored buttons? It is. It's actually a podcast mixer. It's a Rodecaster Pro. The buttons are sound is a soundboard I can load stuff into, which is why we have all these.
In front of the Walmart.
Yep.
By gosh, go down and fight them.
I'm glad I got those sound clips before they stopped streaming online, the Knoxville place.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Yeah, there's my camel sound.
I'm not a camel.
Found it. Yeah, I've got lots of sound effects loaded in there. It also, I run my mic through there, and the audio from the sound effects that are triggered in chat. Let's see. When does Cousin Eddie testify? Hannah, we've heard that he may be sick and may not be testifying. That's what I've heard. I'd be absolutely disgusted if they really try to pull a suicide defense and pin this on Paul, but I wouldn't put it past Alex to run that defense. He even tried to blame his own undoing as planned. I'm intrigued by your setup. I'll have to do a behind the scenes for you, Seagulls. There's a lot. This little guy right here is the workhorse. It's an A10 Mini Extreme ISO. It's an 8-channel switcher, so I can run 8 different. I think I've only got 7. Yeah, I've only got 7 plugged in right now, but 8 different sources that I can switch and see all of them on the screen at once. The top right-hand corner, way up there, is what you guys are seeing, and so I can get everything ready and sync things up and switch between different feeds that way. This one also is a fun little device. This is a replay machine. I get to record to it, and I can play things back in very slow motion, extremely smooth. So if we have like a police body cam footage or something that happens quickly, I can record it to that, and we can play it again and just catch the details that you might not be able to catch in court with trying to pause it at the right moment. I need a pickle jar opening sound effect. Creative B, I tried to do that, and it sounds just like any other can or jar. I'm not sure how to make it sound like a pickle jar. It's a chicken. I still have got the sound effects from yesterday. I want the bring the jury sound effect for sure from Judge Newman. Let's see. High-speed drifter. I'm a camel. I wander alone across the desert. I rarely drink, but when I do, I fill up my hump. You guys are funny. There is no evidence to point to a pissed off other person, says Kelly Harper. We don't have any other evidence of someone else right now, other than the fact that 2 guns were used, and that's not common. Other options are possible but incorrect. Yeah, that was the testimony from the medical examiner. It's like, yeah, you can come to another conclusion, and you'd be wrong. Suicide murder pact is a nothing burger. Yeah, the fact that his gun is missing. I mean, if it was suicide, where's the shotgun? Because generally, after you're dead, you can't stash the gun. So that would mean that Alec would have shown up and taken the gun to make it look like it wasn't a suicide, which then puts the crosshairs on him. And it's just, it seems bizarre. Little Bit says, I'm still not convinced that Alex killed them. Anne's getting an early lunch. There's plenty of evidence to point to a pissed off other person. Everyone the prosecution brought up who said Alex stole their money has motive. Lindsay Hendricks says, I'm back from Emily D. Baker. She has a crowd cheering and clapping soundbite that cracks me up. Perhaps you could get one too when Mrs. R.A. brings food, when jury comes in, etc. I actually had those on my Rodecaster by default. I think I've got the same sound effect that she has, and I took it off. It's a little abrasive. That I have to turn the volume down on it because it starts and it's like, yeah, like cheering, like a basketball game type thing. Siegel says, I work in the tech industry, and with all the layoffs, I'm developing a plan B just in case. Siegel's, that's what I did. I worked for the Department of Defense as a contractor, and then I became a YouTuber. So it's a little bit of a shift, but I'm loving it. It's great. Yes, we'll get Judge Newman. Buster is on the state's witness list. I think we will hear from him. I'm feeling more that we will hear from Alex. Always on Go says, recovery addict may be 2 shooters because how would he have time to shoot Maggie, switch guns, and then shoot again before Paul had time to get away or run into the woods? I think Paul was first. I really do. I think Paul was first. And that then Maggie came to the sound of the shooting of the guns to see who's shooting over there, and or who's screaming or what happened, and then got shot then. You're an expert medical examiner. I'm a lawyer. Let me tell you about your medical examination. You carry 2 guns or you pick one up. They had guns everywhere, not hard. Maybe Alex, that was his pet peeve of why do you leave these guns all over? I spent $10,000 on these 300 blackouts. Why are you just leaving them laying around? And he was picking them up. I'm convinced he did personally. However, I think his buddy that does his bidding that tried to help him kill himself is involved. That's my hunch and my 2 cents. Possibly with the disposal of the firearms. Kessinger, is that what you're thinking? hopeful there would be. Oh man, needs to be glamping. Yes, the GM data dump over the weekend. I'm hopeful, first of all, that both the files get admitted to evidence in their entirety, and that we have them by the end of the day. I think Amber would love that as well. But I'm hopeful that it will give us information about the speed, and we could really get an idea of exactly where he went and how fast and where he stopped, and just nail down that timeline so it's bulletproof, so to speak. Shotgun not working. Panic. I'm getting the 300. SB, the shotgun, if it was the same shotgun that he had there at the truck when the police arrived, that one did have 2 different sizes of shells loaded into it. I don't know which order it was. I don't know if it was a 16 gauge and then the 12 gauge, or the 12 gauge and then the 16 gauge. It would make a difference. Possibly if the 16 gauge was first, it wouldn't have fired properly. But yeah, I don't know. Maggie's wounds are also odd because they came from all directions. If the first were within 3 feet, then why back up to shoot the fatal? If she was bent over, then why would it not be contact? Goodman, the first, I believe, was the one that would have been possibly through the wrist and through the abdomen. So it goes through the front of the wrist, out the back of the arm, through the stomach, and out through the kidney or something on the left. I think that was the first one, which they testified that would make her be bent over, and then she was shot from behind up through the chest. So she would have possibly turned away and bent over, and then had that second shot that went up into her head. And then, even though that technically killed her, I believe she probably was still exhibiting some indication of life in the form of movement, and then was shot in the back of the head. Probably the first one might have been the thigh, though. I guess that was the first one they testified to. Jeff H, as a YouTuber, where do you make the most money? My tax returns, Jeff. That's YouTube is not making me rich. Let's put it that way. Blanca said that Maggie told her that Alex wanted them both home that night. Yeah, we did hear some testimony about that, which Maggie did not like being there. I think Paul first, then Maggie surprised him by being there. How are the bugs in North Carolina? I'm still in my house in Arizona. I'm looking to move either North Carolina or Virginia. Need some trees in my life. Seagulls. Virginia has, depending on your political affiliation and desire to own firearms, Virginia has some more restrictive rules regarding that. Arizona, I don't remember the gun laws there, and this might not be a factor for you at all, or it might actually be a selling point, depending on which way you think. Arizona, out west, typically gun laws are a little more lax. Like in North Carolina, where I am now, if I want to buy a firearm, I need to have a permit, or get like a permit from the sheriff to buy a firearm. Either one, North Carolina or Virginia, you're going to have a lot of trees. I mean, a ton of trees. The one big thing, if you haven't visited here, the first time I arrived, I thought I was just in a forest, that everywhere I went was a forest. Turns out there's just like a greenway on both sides of the freeway. It's just tall pine trees everywhere you go. And so you think you're out in nature, but really you're in the middle of a city with just trees on both sides. Lots of trees. Always something in bloom, too, out here. Let's see. Have you watched Behavior Panel? They went over Alex's first interview in the police car. Really interesting. Have not watched that yet. I've heard a little bit about it. I think they feel he's guilty. I also have a hard time. I believe he's showing real emotion, but at the same time, he has heard this so many times. Human bodies, we become numb to things after a while. It's not new. It's not raw and painful. Every single time we hear it. So 100 times later, we're hearing a brief description of what happened. I have a hard time buying that emotion is the same and just as deep and just as strong and exhibits the exact same way every time he hears that testimony. So I believe there's some contrived aspect to that as well. I'm betting the GM dump is effective as the Hemitrace evidence is as effective. I bet it won't match the GM hacker data. That would be interesting, Nicole, if the hackers screwed it up. And I think that you have something there, that the hackers, they tried to reverse engineer these logs. right? They even had to go out and buy another vehicle that was identical to Alex's and hack that log and then do something with that vehicle that they could, document exactly what we did and then check the logs and say, now what happened? And then try to determine what the logs were saying from that. So yeah, they could have messed something up. They could have been reading a code wrong and interpreting it the wrong way. GM, I think, is going to have the full, the legend in the corner, the full key of exactly what's happening, and it should be a lot more clear. It would have been a lot easier than the FBI fighting it for a year, trying to get the information. Ellen Robinson, good morning. In my opinion, if Alex Murdaugh is guilty, karma coming in, especially today, St. Valentine's Day, being associated with courtly love. It's going to be a few days before guilt and innocence is determined by the jury, if we get to that point at all, depending on how many people get sick. Charlie Peterson says, defense doesn't have to find an alternate suspect. The state has to prove it was Alex beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think they have.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it. Recovering addict. Alex said in his interview in the car that Paul had ADHD and left his guns everywhere. I believe these guns were left down there. They were not brought down there for the purpose of shooting him. I believe they were down there already. They couldn't tie the shotgun he had to the shells found at the scene. I believe they also couldn't exclude that shotgun as well. Douglas, if I remember correctly, there was nothing to definitively say it was or wasn't that gun. Going to look into the evidence in the feed room later, says Lindsay. The window is really intriguing me, but both sides present different positioning. What's your take on the bullet holes in the window? If he was shot across the chest, he would have to be walking, and I might have to pull this video. He would have to be walking, if you're looking at the feed room door, from left to right, and he would have to be shot across the chest that way and have pellets either go through his arm and out the other side and through the window, which means he's walking from the back towards the front of the property, towards like where Maggie's body is up ahead on the right, that direction, which puts the shooter outside. And then the second shot could be followed, because we know that the gun was a semi-automatic. It can be boom, boom. It can be that fast. The second shot could have been a reaction with his arm down and his head turned, and then produce that same effect with his body falling inside. That's my idea of how it happened. Did anyone else notice Nolan's name coming up in the DNA possibilities testimony? I did not hear that. Always on go. I missed all that. Bristol, Virginia is beautiful. I just moved here from Florida, says Carl Herschel. I think Mutt is up there in Virginia as well. He likes it up there. Maybe Alex brought two guns to have Paul look at. The behind shot is the one that went through the wrist, says Banjo. I thought they told the wrist shot first, but they said it could have been the same shot that went into the abdomen. And to me, that makes more sense with her hand across her stomach, that she was shot through the wrist and it went through that way. Ivan says, late. Good morning, Alex. Glad to have you back in the morning. Thank you so much for covering the tragedy last night. We appreciate all you do. Thank you very much for following along and all you do, Ivan. Appreciate you. The ME said the stomach and the thigh were within 3 feet, but the chest to head and head wound were further. Yes. And to me, that still makes sense, Nicole. The stomach and the thigh were very close. Shot in the leg and turned. I think the shot, if you go through the wrist and through the abdomen, that's got to be point blank. In case there's going to be stippling on the outside of the arm here. So that was facing, that could be the first one. The thigh could be the second, and the third could have been, because the thigh was from behind, but the third after she fell or after she was leaning over, I think she could have been actually in a crawling position. I think that could have been that way. We'll have to act it out, everybody. It's like a big game of Twister, only it's a little morbid.
Take your seats.
I mean, bring the jury.
Bring the jury. So she was sort of shot from the side and behind for that one. And her in a crawling position or even face on the ground with her butt more in the air could have accomplished that, depending on how she fell. And you got to realize this shot could have happened as she's falling as well. The bullet is traveling so fast that it can just catch her in that position in a split second. And even though it's an awkward position to imagine the body being in, as long as it was in that position when the shot went through, it's all possible. She doesn't have to be like holding still and lining it up and then getting the shot.
The jury is present. All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Do we have a pin? Who is Newell? Kevin Newell? Not seeing a pin. No lanyard either.
Good morning. Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Your present testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please. You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon. Mr.
Still
Hill.
morning. 15 more minutes.
Morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
Here we go.
What are your
GM.
duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
He's going to have to answer
Can
the
you
question.
just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short.
GM.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
All right. And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in a normal course
Tomorrow's
of
new
business?
test for
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that reference is generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert and automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other
This is the question the
data
defense
we
is going to
collect
ask.
can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle, and that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay.
I wonder if that chain of custody is going to be an issue.
Let's speak generally, and what specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging. And other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information,
speed,
your vehicle location. And potentially speed and things like that.
Okay.
They're spying on
and
you.
that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business.
Anything your car is doing, they probably know about it.
I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
All right. And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did, in fact, have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Pesky little warrant.
And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. And so those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay, GPS information including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, the state would move to enter Exhibit 515 in evidence.
Go check.
All right. All right, nothing further from the state.
By the defense.
What took you so long?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions.
First, let me cough into the microphone.
So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
Okay. So it's a satellite timestamp. The GPS relies on the time on the satellite system.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down.
Okay. He did his job. He delivered the disc. They're authenticated. They've been.
Call your next witness.
I believe they've been admitted into evidence, both of them.
Roger Dale Davis.
Roger Dale Davis.
Raise your right hand and raise your hand, Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Is it like a Carhartt shirt? What's he wearing there?
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we'd all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. All right, what line of work have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
A mile and a half.
That's the guy that killed the sunflowers?
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What did you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning, generally?
Average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings, generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
How long does the process typically take you?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out.
Chicken to the dogs.
Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then, did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes.
Did you get to know the folks that lived there pretty well?
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach She normally would tell me, you know, I'm going to the beach, I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me, or whatnot, or I'm gonna leave them. You know, or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on, where they have the ice, the coolers at.
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
All the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property. That was the.
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
Yeah, during the summertime, if it got real hot.
And that house, does it have air conditioning? That shed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right. What was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm?
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Could you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, a pair of glasses, blue-looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If it looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown-looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually washed them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. And unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used?
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most of the time she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? First of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right off. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What type of dog was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of dogs were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious, so they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night, and most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked state's exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state's exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there, if you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we'd move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please? Okay.
Sorry, just messing with Mrs. R.A. there.
Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
right.
Normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out.
Into which direction?
Back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Hang on, we get to see an exhibit?
All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that yellow green-looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up.
It's hard to roll up a hose
slowly
when it's under
until I
pressure.
had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there.
Can we go back and
is
redo
that
the trial now?
The way you would wind,
Now that we have the Elmo?
wind it up?
No.
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did, because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in Well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the SLED wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered, and I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him give me 5 minutes, I'll be up there, because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down. And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident? Event?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you, in fact, do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depended on when I got up. But most time I got up early. I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
All right. What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. But I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you?
Hey, Kelly, try to
anything out of
refresh.
place when
It's
you
right
went
on
there
my
to
side.
dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out. Rolled the hose up, and at 4:30 I left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, State's Exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
dining
room, storage room, feed room.
Okay. Beginning with kennel 1, next to the feed room, what dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab?
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right, were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should have been open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write Chocolate Lab? Or Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be kennel 5?
You're leading the witness. He didn't say it.
Rogan's dog's name.
Cash.
That should have been there.
This is dog roll call right here.
I don't remember what
I think we did it better.
Dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that was what you.
I think Jim's gonna examine this guy on cross, and I think he's gonna really fluster him.
All right, Mr. Dale. I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would, just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
Okay. When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose, and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, I'd like to say for the record, this is states 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and feed, it would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that the? And when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location, or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. During turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it would be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that, if you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times.
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I've never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Back to court's indulgence. When you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while, you would happen to roll up the window or something up, it go to rain or something up, they happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh, yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on?
Hey, Mike, I would pin
do you see the dog
witness name at the top.
in those pictures?
This is the kennel cleaner.
Yes,
Roger
they on
Dale
top
Davis
of the
Jr.
dog kennel.
They haven't been put down?
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board.
So Alex was cleaning out the dog kennels as an excuse to be down there or something? I mean, what are they getting at here?
Good afternoon, Dale.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full-time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay. And that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And a couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
yes,
and in the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart
Yes.
down there, and you see them left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles.
Yes.
Unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo. But he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay.
Like I do.
Unless you're man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't.
Nope.
Let me ask you
you don't want to shoot your dog, and generally the dog's in there tussling with the
pull up
hog.
this video, Exhibit 297. It's the kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there.
I believe most states are any weapon.
I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was...
What's that wall? Is that a wooden wall next to him?
I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on Exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been. Around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to run this, continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alec was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular?
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now, you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and Bubba's because that's where the sun would come in the evening.
Right. You washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
right?
They didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jambs started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog bean room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally wouldn't puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right there, and it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl.
They would.
And I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. and his relationship with
Starting
Buster.
at a really young age, right?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels.
Yes.
Choking to death.
Yes.
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't he?
It was. It didn't survive.
And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30?
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live?
A mile and a half.
Mile and a half.
They're painting him
There's
as
a
a
lawnmower
suspect.
down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess?
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. He had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right. Okay.
But it was a couple of months. I know at least 5 or 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But would he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alex?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There was medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, had that in the feed room?
Had that.
Okay. And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't
it? Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run behind.
She would. Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
Most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not?
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had an electric fence?
They did.
And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there would taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, he aggravate the dogs to death.
All right.
It's the rooster's fault.
That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All
Here
right.
come the rooster.
We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Harry McCurdy, welcome.
Hunting involves killing animals.
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the Whiting Road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
Somebody cut some reference there.
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water, when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
I like how many people got the rooster reference.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned what's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
Okay. What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4 or 5 o'clock, I go get a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
This guy's awesome.
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And
cracking a
June
cold
7th,
one.
that was that
Kick
Monday.
back, taking it easy.
Were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done have my shower. I was in my recliner.
I was kicked back.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property?
That night, that particular day?
That particular day.
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
All right. It's almost time for him to sit down in the recliner for the rest of the day.
There's a lawsuit.
Good guy. Just
Call your next witness.
I think he's probably still friends with the Murdaughs. See if there's a look there. I think they do. Alex gives him a nod. I think they're still good friends. I missed who's next here.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
After you go through, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone where they can hear you.
We're all just jealous, Heather. 4:30 in the afternoon.
Carson Burney, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Okay, he's got a lanyard. That means he's not Secret Service.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Burney.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
This is the first time I've seen this witness.
Thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Do you like your job, Mr. Burney?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test, essentially. You learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept
the
called
404?
tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your employment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right, so you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money, so we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account, and for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to Grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of Grandma's purse, you put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from Grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from Grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds, and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in, and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alex Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000, the second $375,000, and the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh, and then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
So how long was it in there? He spent $750,000. How fast?
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092.
Yeah, unless he bought pills on a credit card, that's not making
Generally
sense.
speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now, on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
What?
When he would cut checks on that
That would have
personal
been
banking
easy
account, would
to
it say,
track.
hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And, well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes, so in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alex Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
It says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So Mr. Murdaugh forged the
that
check?
adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. We took that With court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this. Okay. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Gensley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch
Break
now.
for lunch, because I'm not a camel.
You may step down, do not discuss your testimony.
I'm not a camel.
Let's, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Great, step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
It's an hour and 15 minutes. All righty. It's time for lunch. I can't listen to the same thing over and over. Repeat back after. And yeah, this is
Alex stole it.
Alex stole it. It's hard to go from the dog kennel cleaner to the financial crimes financial forensic investigator. Yeah, that's a little rough transition there. Lost me a little bit on the speed of the presentation. Okay, well, I thought this morning that I was plenty rested, and apparently staying up all night did not make me rested. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat some lunch. Then I'm going to come back, and we're going to continue with part 2. We'll start it in 1 hour, or 59 minutes now. So part 2, and I'm probably going to fall asleep on stream. So if you've ever wanted to see me fall asleep on stream, it might happen after I get a little food in my belly, and then come back after the break. I'm not intentionally going to fall asleep. Hopefully I don't, but I just felt a little sleepy there. Maybe it was the financial testimony, going back to the 404 stuff that we've heard so much of already, that is just making me sound just a little bit drowsy. But we'll get some lunch. We're going to take a little bit of break. Maybe I'll get some exercise, get the blood flowing a little bit. Let's see. I don't think we have anything to watch as far as the replay right now. We've already seen the blue thing in the truck, the towel video. Let's see. Have a good lunch, everyone, for sure. I've got a new jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles in the fridge that have been chilling. So I think I'm going to have some of those with whatever I eat. Probably going to be fajitas and some pickles on the side. But we've got some leftover fajita from yesterday, and that was delicious. It was really good. Thank you all. Let's see. Get your double pickle sandwich. I will. Do I still have the internet at 2? 80s Music Man, we will regift. We regift halfway through the day. So I will unceremoniously strip you of your rights and privileges related to the internet ownership when I start restreaming. I'll regift it to another unworthy soul.
And Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And Alex Murdaugh will steal that. So yeah, we'll regift it. If you're first in line this afternoon, you might have a twofer. Both morning and afternoon session. ASMR Finance is not the best sort of ASMR. This is not good. Corn Dogs Time says Canes fan. Camel's not working. I'll play it for you.
I'm not a camel.
Chris, there you go. It was a ramen day for Miss Chris. Lindsay says, recovery addict, for the record, if it wasn't clear, Johnny Parker, member of law firm PMPED, whom the firm is now named Parker's after, loaned Alex $250,000 on July 15th. So that was a loan. He'd call him and say, hey, I need a loan. Man. He's like, sure, $250,000. Let me just write you a check. Alex Murdaugh was a leaking sieve. Some pretty good testimony today. I think we've got some good stuff. Hopefully we can get through this forensic account and get Carson Burney off the stand and get to the good stuff. I was hoping to hear a little bit more, summary of what GM provided. I hope we don't only hear it in closing. I'd like to hear that from the witness stand, but that'll be good. All right, guys. It's time for lunch, so we're going to play some music. We're going to start back up at 2 o'clock. I'll open the window here, the chat room, in just a few minutes. If you like what you heard today and you want some similar stuff but a little bit different, Weatherwatch and I are starting a podcast. Our first episode will air on, I think it's 9 p.m. on Friday. It's going to be a blast. We're preparing some stuff. I think you guys will really enjoy it. I encourage you all to be there. It'll be on this channel. So if you have the notification bell rung and the subscribe button clicked, you'll be notified when it goes live, and we'd love you to join. It is going to be interactive. It's not just us talking to you. We want to have a little bit of back and forth as well. So look forward to that. It's time for lunch, though, right now, so I'm going to go ahead and give you a break. For those that are not coming back, please, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock this afternoon from Eastern North Carolina. We're going to return with Alex Murdaugh versus South Carolina as the state is just about to wrap up. I think we're within about 24 hours of the state being done, wrapping up their testimony or their case against Alex Murdaugh. So we'll see you then, guys. Thanks. Have a great lunch.